buenos días.
¿Se oye bien?
Buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias en nombre de los socios.
Vale, ahora comenzamos. Buenos días. Muchas gracias en nombre de los socios de la red REBECA al señor director de la Agencia Canaria de Investigación, Innovación y Sociedad de la Información, ACC, del Gobierno de Canarias, y a la vicerrectora de Investigación, Innovación y Transferencia de la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, quienes nos distinguen hoy con su presencia como muestra de respaldo a la investigación y transferencia asociada a la red REBECA y al proyecto REBECA-CCT. Igualmente, muchas gracias a los ponentes por compartir su experiencia y conocimiento sobre la biotecnología de algas en Europa y en la Macaronesia, y a todas las personas que han mostrado interés por asistir y participar en este evento. La revolución de las algas, la revolución de la biotecnología azul en la Macaronesia y el valor de las algas, durante el que se presentará el estudio Oportunidades de desarrollo de la biotecnología azul en la Macaronesia, la hoja de ruta y una guía dirigida a emprendedores y empresas interesadas en el campo de la biotecnología de algas. El acto está promovido.
This act has been promoted by and supported by the Spanish Algae Bank of the ULPGC and the Spanish Research Agency and other scientific support mechanisms of the ULPGC. So this is a MAC program that comes to a close in December at this end. The objective is to consolidate the bioalgae bank in the Macaronesia, where we have the algae and cyanobacteria bank of the Azores, the Madeira algae bank, the Cape Verde algae bank, the collection of algae of Nouakchott University, and the Spanish algae bank here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. These biobanks work under a protocol of conservation and valorization of algae, macroalgae, and their associated data to promote transfer and technology in this field. It's carried out with the support of the Canary Islands Technology Institute and the Canary Agency of Research and the Society for the Economic Promotion of Gran Canaria. We know that we can, of course, cultivate algae throughout the year here in Macaronesia. So for the last 8 years, these different bodies have addressed the question that was recently posed by the Canary Islands government. What's the point of researching if we can't materialize it, we can't bring things to market? And this is how REBECA came into existence. And so now we have the REBECA Mac CCT network. So we have here contents, synergy, and other added values for the algae environment with a view to diversifying the business network and fabric, thanks to the coordination and re-evaluation that is an ongoing process here in terms of the Blue Biotechnology of algae. And this is an emerging sector here in Macaronesia, thanks to the different collections that we have and the infrastructure that they are obtaining and the quality assurance and the cultivations that are obtained and all the different related processes to bioremediation. And we understand, support and accompany the businesses through the labyrinth that this sector represents. Within this framework, we are looking at the studies that we present today, which will help to drive this whole process through. So we have the European experience through the European Association of Biomass and Algae, and regional and business inputs. These businesses are going to be able to share their experiences with you in this long journey, both in the growth and cultivation and the development of associated technology. These companies are the ones that appear on the program, such as Brilliant Planet, Algae Cell, and Microgreen. And we will also hear from the Canary Agency for Research, from the ULPGC, the Canary Islands Technology Institute, and others. In the roundtable at the end, we'll also be able to take questions here from people who are here in the room with us, as well as those who are up here on the top table. And before I hand over to the director of the Canary Islands Research Agency, for those of you who are following us in streaming, to comply with the Interreg Mac standards, we have Spanish and Portuguese presentations that are going to be interpreted into English. During the roundtable, both those who are following us online and in the room are going to be able to ask questions. If you're following online, then please put your questions in the chat. In a few days, you'll be able to follow today's sessions in the different institutional channels. Thank you very much.
Señor vicerrector. Perdón, señor director de la CICI.
Director of the Research Agency. Dear Coordinator, Vice Director, distinguished participants. Now the microphone is on. Thank you. It is an honor to participate in the opening session of this event entitled The Revolution of algae in the Macaronesia region. This is a critical point in our efforts to explore and get the best out of biotechnology in our region. I would like to thank you all for joining us here today, and I especially thank the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria for the leadership in this project. This event is part of the Excellence Network in Blue Biotechnology in the Macaronesia Region, Consolidation, Certification and Transfer, which is also known as REBECA-CCT, which has been co-funded in 1.2 million euros within the Interreg Mac program 2014-2020. Its main goal is to promote blue biotechnology within the Macaronesian region and in the western part of Africa. And this is a clear sign of our determination to cooperate in this geographical area. The Canarian Research Agency, as part of the Vice Ministry of University, Science and Culture of the Canary Islands, plays a key role in the promotion of public institutions, promoting business innovation and the deployment of the Society of Information within the Canary Islands. Our commitment is to promote knowledge-based economy, which is sustainable, inclusive and solid, in line with European Union objectives. In this sense, the Canary Islands do want to become a beacon for the development of the sea, where emerging technologies can be developed to promote our natural areas within the sustainability framework through blue biotechnology. With the RED3 network, which is promoted by the different partners to the project, we want to work to enhance the maritime economy in the region, to protect and guarantee the power of the marine sector to create an integrative model. Today, we are presenting the results of the revolution of blue biotechnology in the Macaronesia region, the Value of Algae, where we can see the wide horizon for the sector in innovation terms to invest in sustainable and profitable sector for the future that will be beneficial for the society and the Macaronesian region. We would like to highlight that this project has been integrated by different regions in the Macaronesian region that have worked together. And thanks to that collaboration, we have moved forward in the production of algae as a potential economic boost for the region based on circular economy, sustainable development, and highly qualified employment. We would also like to highlight the potentialities in the field of health on on many other different businesses, because the European Union is working in this line. And of course, there are still many obstacles that need to be passed, but thanks to the collaboration between public and private entities, we can still move forward. The main goal of this project, as has been stated, is to consolidate this network for algae development in the Macaronesian region and to guarantee knowledge transfer in algae biotechnology in order to improve the business sector in our region. This network also gathers different collectives, different RD&I institutions, and many other stakeholders to serve as an embryo to implement an innovative industry based on microalgae farming as well as cyanobacteria farming that could be seen as a boost to improve the quality of life of people living in the region. Agency, the CC, is one of the key partners in this project, together with the FBCT of the UFPGC, and together with the Technological Institute of the Canary Islands, the SPEC, the universities of the Azores, and the Association Gaspar Frutuoso, the University of Madeira, as well as many other partners coming from third countries, such as the Technical University of Cape Verde and the Medicine Faculty in Mauritania. Today, we are meeting academic experts as well as representatives from the business who are presenting innovative solutions in blue biotechnology, but also we are offering you the different results of the studies and the different opportunities of this sector in the Macaronesian region. Our agency, your agency, has funded a roadmap, has created a guide for entrepreneurs who want to invest in blue biotechnology in the region. Some of the aspects that need to be highlighted, we can talk about the increase in production and production of algae in different sectors such as the food sector, cosmetics, or agriculture. The world market of algae was valued in almost 19 billion euros, and it is expected that it rockets up to 40 billion by 2030. This represents an increase rate of a compound annual growth rate of around 10.2% between 2023 and 2030. Different aspects that need to be highlighted are the favorable climate conditions in the Macaronesian region for the blue biotechnology, as we have unique geographical characteristics, diverse marine ecosystems, and abundant marine resources. Also, the associated opportunities and challenges linked to blue biotechnology need to be highlighted as a way to meet the goals of the European Union for decarbonization, reduce pollution, circularity, and the preservation of biodiversity. And also, it's also important to highlight the new business models related to the growth and farming of marine organisms, as well as the different funding opportunities. I would like to bring my speech to an end by thanking the collaboration of all members of this network, of this project, that has made this meeting possible today, and as well as the creation of this network that represents a great deal of opportunities for all of us. And it also highlights the joint work between public and private entities. And this collaboration can make blue biotechnology an important development for the region that creates employment and promotes sustainable growth. I do hope that this session we're about to start is fruitful for all of you as well as enriching. And we hope that all participants find inspiration and opportunities to contribute to the development and growth of blue biotechnology within the Macaronesia region. Thank you for participating and for your commitment to this event. Together, we are sure we can start the path, or pave the path towards a strong blue biotechnology that could represent a strong benefit for our region and for the world. Welcome, enjoy this session that's full of knowledge and collaboration. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, everybody. To the Director of the Canary Islands Research Agency and the Scientific Director of the Spanish Algal Bank, and to everybody who's here with us. We know that the world population continues to grow unchecked in a world in which we have finite resources, where we produce more and more waste, and we're not yet able to control the production of greenhouse gases. All these questions are having a severe effect on the world economy, and in this context, Europe needs to transform its economy to make it more efficient, more modern, as well as in such a way that enables us to preserve our natural heritage in Europe and also to control the production of greenhouse gases. This is why the European Green Deal was signed, where the blue economy has a huge role to play, where we have 3/4 of the world that is occupied by oceans and seas. Europe has turned its attention to the sea, to biotechnology, to blue biotechnology, working in an overarching fashion also to meet the UN's SDGs. If we look at algae, macroalgae, and cyanobacteria, we're going to see in this REBECA network working sessions, we're going to see the biomass, the extracts, and the metabolites that we get from these types of organisms. We're going to see that they produce not only food products, but feed products, cosmetic, bioremediation products for seawater, and other types of products. And the development of these types of products and services within the blue biotechnology have been materialized over the last 10 years through a number of different business projects, where we can see that there's been a significant increase of 150% of companies that are dedicated to this sector. So the algae sector in Europe is becoming a prosperous, solid, and sustainable sector that's going to be able to become a benchmark and pave the way and serve as an inspiration for other sectors, so that they can also become more regenerative, more innovative, and play a model role in society, creating thousands of jobs in the process, particularly in coastal regions like ours. So in line with this, the European Commission set up in 2022 the EU Algae Initiative, that includes the development of European standards for algae and for algae-derived products through the CEN/TC454 Technical Committee, Algae and Algae Products. in collaboration with experts and sector stakeholders, including the institutions that make up the REBECA network. So we can see that this expert network is not only being able to promote the produce of new technology that are producing a more competitive economy in algae, we're also constituting specialists for EU policy making. It's also worth pointing out that the EU's document known as Methodological Assistance for the Outermost Regions to support their efforts to develop blue economic strategies points to the Canary Islands and Macaronesia as a whole as being strategically located and positioned for R&D projects that can become a business reality, particularly in renewable marine energy and blue biotechnology. Within this framework of collaborations, I would like to thank the determined support of the Canary Islands Research Agency, of course, of the SPEC and the Gran Canaria Island Councils, and all the different levels of administrations. Scientists over these years have done their job. They've developed the technologies. They've coordinated and collaborated, particularly in the Mac region. The administration is supporting these initiatives, and the business sector is determined to invest in the production of algae. But we need a link, for which I'm going to ask the director of the agency for some help. We need the business initiatives surrounding algae and blue biotechnology need not only the support of the administration and the scientists and researchers, but also the general support of the whole administration across the whole of Macaronesia, so that these projects can really come to fruition. These projects that have such great economic value, because otherwise, despite the fact that we have all this development here in the Macaronesia area, the economic development will be taken to other European areas or even further afield. So it's absolutely vital that we have the support of all the different administrations, in this case the Canary Islands government, but also in other Macaronesian regions. We need them all on board. So with this final message, I'd like to thank the scientists of the network. I'd like to thank the business fabric's interests and also the interests of the public administration. I hope it's a very, very productive working sessions, and that we can finally see this economic development based on algae that we all need. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Vice Director and Director, for your words and for your support. And now we will just start with our different presentations. We'll start with the PhD Gabriel Alcien, who is a professor at the University of Almería and Vice President of Europe of EABA. Thank you very much.
Alguien tiene. No te preocupes. Alguien tiene el mando.
Okay, who has the remote control for this? Is anyone playing with the screen? I think someone is using a remote mouse, apparently.
Perfecto. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Antera, for your introduction, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this very interesting session. Some topics have been put already on the table, especially those related to the administration, always play a very crucial role. I also agree with the previous speakers on the fact that Canary Islands have a privileged location for the development of blue biotechnology, but also the Canarian researchers have a great trajectory and expertise. Your knowledge is very well valued in Spain and in Europe. They come from the ITC and the University of Las Palmas. They are reference in this. So you have all the necessary ingredients for the great development of this sector. I come from Almeria, which is a very small province in Spain, which has also some troubles dealing with water. But today I'm wearing this badge from EABA, which is the European Algae Biomass Association. Here you can see maybe the pictures are not the best because we are all men, but we are the ones, not managing the association, but just doing what we can. So, what is the EABA? This was created back in 2002. What was? Yes. When we started working on biofuels made from algae, and at that time we believed that the algae was going to be the number one solution for the problems of the world. But of course, as scientists, we have to say that there's a great potential in algae, but our life shouldn't be based on algae. So why did we create this? Well, it was created, as the Vice Director mentioned before, was following the support of the European Union to this sector, and we didn't have much control on what was factual and what was not. So a group of scientists decided to suggest the creation of this association to become a referent for this sector. So the association has grown very much. Now we have gone beyond Europe. Now we have members in some other countries in the world. Of course, Europe is the core of our business, and this is good for the sector because there is a critical mass that is representative. And when there is a critical mass, we can have a greater weight, especially in terms of regulations, which is probably the main bottleneck we have nowadays. EABA is mainly formed by companies. As the Vice Director mentioned before, more and more companies are joining this sector. We're not talking about big companies, we're talking about SMEs. And this is not necessarily bad, because this brings some flexibility. This also creates opportunities for entrepreneurs. This also creates opportunities for not multi-billionaire businesses. The investment is not too high, and this opens the door to SMEs. In addition to these industrial businesses, we are collaborating with academia and research centers. So we could say it's like 50% of our support comes from research centers. EABA works or mainly focuses on collaboration. We have talked about the EU Alga initiative, and when Europe wants to launch research programs, they talk to us and they tell us what their main guidelines are. So then we decide if we're going to support part or all parts of this business. And when you have so many people in the family, some people agree, some people disagree. But the EABA is also important because it is integrated in the different networks or European networks in blue biotechnology. So when entrepreneurs want to get into this business, they should turn to us because they will get support for free. They will get different examples. You will get all the regulatory information, and the information is for free. Of course, being part of our association has a cost, but it's not too high. For universities, for instance, 300 euros per year. For companies, it's around 1,500. But this brings along a great deal of benefit. What we want to convey from EABA is, and now I'm here representing the association, is what is the reality of algae and what we can get from them. Both macroalgae and microalgae. To date, we've seen them in two different perspectives separately, but now we understand we need to collaborate, and this is interesting for all of us because we're talking about the same stuff, and there are many synergies that could be used by both sectors. So the macroalgae producers or collectors have been working for longer time. We have collected microalgae from all seas and oceans, and this is a very interesting resource to date. And as it was stated before, it's a resource that needs to be controlled because it could have an impact on our ecosystems. So we need to understand there are certain limitations to these macroalgae collection processes. So we need to, for instance, cultivate them in the sea. Europe has allowed this. There are specific areas in the continent, especially in the northern part of Europe, where this can be done with many limitations in terms of timing, collection times, and just mainly having in mind not to affect ecosystems. The demand for microalgae or for algae biomass is huge. It's bigger than bigger than demand. We are importing macroalgae from Asia, millions of tons every year. So why don't we just produce them in our continent? Our technology is more advanced and we have greater respect for our environment. So the main companies for algae production on land are from Europe. And in my opinion, we have taken the leadership in this. Why aren't they doing this in Asia? Because they are cultivating algae in the sea. They are altering the environment and they don't care about that. But we can't do that. Many companies in our country, in our continent, are producing algae on land. So we have some examples in Portugal or in France. If we take a look at microalgae at the moment, we have similar pictures. We have a closed circuit where cultivation is controlled and microalgae production takes place in warm areas. And the Canary Islands are fantastic for this. In Italy, they are spending huge amounts of money for energy for this kind of cultivation areas. This is not necessary in the Canary Islands because you have 25 degrees all year long, and the amount of daylight you get here is not comparable to any in Europe. If I were an investor, I would definitely come to the Canary Islands. And then we have closed or indoor systems, which are interesting for high value biomass, but they are costly. So, except from Hematococcus or some other critical species, I think they are more complex. I prefer open spaces. There is a trend now that is to produce microalgae with artificial light. Well, if I don't have light in Germany, for instance, I have only two options. I use artificial light, which is costly, or I go to the Canary Islands. So they are now moving. Most of these companies are moving to Iceland, where they get energy for free from the geothermal sector. Iceland, which is a small market in Europe, is the most important artificial producer in Europe, especially those producing Hematococcus. And the second line is the heterotrophic production. 50% of the algae that are consumed by humans are produced in this way. They are treated as yeast in a way. So the European Union, which is aware of the needs of this sector, has created different studies and working documents. There's, for instance, this one by Araujo that was published back in 2021 that maps the algae, both micro and macro algae in Europe. But when they refer to micro, they refer to spirulina. But here he talks about in this mapping, you can see that in the north they are producing macroalgae, while in the south they are producing microalgae. Because in the north, macroalgae can be farmed naturally, and in the south we would need technology for that. I will not focus very much on species because the next speakers will be speaking about what species are more interesting. But I would like to put a focus on regulations. Not all species produced in the world can be sold or traded in Europe because we have very strict regulations linked to environment issues or health issues. So this is something we have to think about. For instance, Euglena is a species that is produced in Japan, for instance, and Euglena is a fantastic raw material, but it cannot be produced in Europe because it hasn't been passed by Novel Food, and there are some other administrative issues are affecting this production. So we need to work in line with the world. So if this is done in Japan, why can't we do that in Europe? So the applications of algae have already been mentioned, and most of them will be used for human consumption because this is the market, the main market, traditionally speaking, and where small cultivations can be profitable. I produce tomatoes, for instance, and with 2 or 3 hectares, I am competitive. Same thing happens here with microalgae. If you have 1, 2, 3 hectares of microalgae for human consumption, it makes you competitive. So we don't have big companies investing in this, and so we don't have the ability to get into great markets or markets requiring greater needs. In these graphics, you can see that micro and macroalgae are on one side, but the consumption on the other side is the same. So here you can see the different applications that we're talking about. On the top you can see high biomass. Gabriel, can you use figures for that? Well, it's 10 euros or so. It's over 10 euros for biomass, but we can talk about 50, 100, 300 euros per kilo of biomass. If we talk about the 4 applications in the lower part, we're talking about 2, 1, 3, 5 euros. But we have to take into consideration price and production. If you produce, for instance, in the upper part, you produce 10 tons, you are the king. But if you produce 50 tons in the lower applications, you are nothing. You need to produce huge amounts of biomass to be somebody in there. I think this is important because when we talk about algae production, we think about seaweed, we think about macroalgae, because are the ones you can see when you are swimming in the sea. And the consumers understand that, so, okay, take these macroalgae, weight them and sell them. These are biodegradable and they get rotten very quickly. It's like meat if you don't put it in the fridge. So the way we deliver algae products is what we call paste, which is this humid biomass or bioproduct coming from the algae, from the weeds, but it needs to be preserved, it needs to be frozen, it needs to be stabilized somehow. All the dry biomass, which is probably the most typical way of finding this, but this implies a higher cost for processing, but it's the best way to preserve it. But then we have extracts that are linked to biorefinery. This is just on document. There are no companies producing 3-4 products out of one specific product. They can get carotenoid extract, or you only get one product. So there's still a long way to go. That is in the horizon, of course, but there's no rush because we have so many attractive products nowadays in the market that we don't have that. We're not in a rush. Okay, let's saturate now. You see, if you get on the internet, you look for companies, you can find thousands of products from different lines. And here you can see different products divided into the different sectors you have. Now we are talking about different polymers, that have different applications in the health sector. Some groups are also working on the effect of the algae can have in the treatment of Alzheimer's or many other diseases. If we talk about cosmetics, there are a great deal of products, especially for photoprotectors or sun protectors. There are many products for skincare, and in the field of food supplements, we can find pills and some similar products that are very popular, and they are sold in this format because algae are not tasty. Maybe some of you may like algae, but I don't. So, and when you go to sea taste, yeah, the sea taste is fantastic, but when you get your mouth all green, maybe you don't like it that much, and when the taste is too intense, you don't like it. But food and cuisine is very intelligent, and they are adapting the products to contain algae with a better taste. So there are a great deal of companies that are including algae-based products in the supermarket. We talk about chemical applications. I am very interested in bioplastics, in polymers. We can get bioplastics from macro and micro algae. We are talking about sustainable plastics, for instance. We have some proposals to get some dye and some paintings too. This is interesting. There is also a very important sector in the when feeding larvae and all the kinds of fish in aquaculture, and also they are present in pet food, because pet food for fish or for dogs or cats, most of them contain algae, although they are not clearly advertised. Using algae to substitute proteins and oils in aquaculture is going to be a tough task because prices are too low. But we can use them as probiotics. Some companies are using, for instance, spirulina in some of their products for moving from larvae to fish. We have worked in this line, and the probiotic effects that have been proven are relevant, including 2% of algae in fish food improves their health. It's like this Actimel, the supplement, vitamin supplement for kids. Well, this is something similar. And this is backed by scientific results. Agriculture has also an important role here. Microalgae are rich in phytohormones. When we think about hormones, we think, well, this is not bad because artificial hormones cannot be used in stock. But these hormones we're talking about are natural hormones. And the advantage they show is that they include auxins that allow plants to develop the reticular tissue, especially, and this represents an advantage, especially when there is a lack of water, because we have stronger roots in the plants that can absorb the little water they have. And there are many products in this. We have Horizon Biotech in Almeria, for instance, who built a 2-hectare plant last year to sell and trade this product, and they are finishing a second plant, and they are starting a third one. So from 0 to 3 plants in just 3 years show that the business is profitable. This is just an example. There are so many that are similar. This also is pushed by the market, which is in looking for more sustainable products. We need to avoid fertilizers. If we can reduce the use of fertilizers in 10-20% by using algae, it's an important amount of money that we are saving. If we talk about biofuels, I think it's not an easy task in terms of cost and in terms of production, because today we can't produce algae oil to replace petrol and oil sources. I think it's important to support these initiatives, but in the long term. But I think we have a clear application in wastewater to date. We were about to start our plant in the Savannah project in the Canary Islands. We have introduced 4 different plants, one in Chiclana, one in Mérida, one in Ayin, and one in Almería. I would like to focus on the Ayin plant because it's a very small village in Albacete, in the center of Spain, and they didn't have wastewater plant at the time. And with the Savannah project, we installed this 10,000 square meter reactor, which is treating the wastewater of the whole municipality, and it is located just next to the school, the village school. If we say in Spain that we're going to install a wastewater plant next to a school, parents will just kill us. But now kids go there to see the plants, to see the birds, and kids love it because it doesn't attract any kind of insects or smells. Kids just love it. Aqualia is installing this technology in different small villages because of their advantages. So we have some challenges ahead. We need to improve the scale, we need to improve the stability of production, we need to increase the production, we need to improve our farming systems. Macroalgae can be easy to control, while microalgae are difficult to control to date. So when we manage to control microalgae too, we will get the attention of big companies such as Unilever, for instance. What is our advantage? Well, we start the initial stage, or the initial scenario is very favorable because the general idea of algae is that they are positive. The first, the market needs to see this sector positive, and it is regarded as a positive issue. And algae, and we have talked to different segments of society, the effect is always positive. So we need to take advantage of this very positive starting point. If we talk about Europe now, and this has already been mentioned, the algae production is present in the Green Deal and many other macro policies at the European level. At the end of the day, if we talk about practical terms, we have talked about the EU for algae, for instance, which is it's a project that has been created, had been entrusted by the European Union to different agents, including ourselves. They want to know from the sector what are the main needs, the main potentialities, the main opportunities you can bring. And based on your comments, I will change regulations, I will create specific policies. This is, for instance, working hand in hand with the SEM, with the European body for regulation. So, and there they compare different approaches. And we're working on that now. We have 7 working groups. Please join us if you want to help. I encourage you to stay tuned and see what's cooking, but just don't work too intensively. Just take a look at what is happening. What we're just seeing where should we farm certain types of algae, where should we focus on some specific sectors or others. Well, this is what we're doing there. Then we have the EU Algae Initiative that was launched in 2002 and has specific targets, specific objectives. And most of the projects that have been developed are linked to this. If you want to start projects at the academia level or at the business level, you really need it to be in line with these types of initiatives. You can say that if you say, I am in line with the EU Algae Initiative in this, and this, you will have some positive points because you are working in line with the strategic lines set by Brussels. And you have to mainly relate it to how you use biomass. And that will be it. I encourage you all to join us, to be part of our association, to at least visit our website. We organize every year an event. This year will be in Prague, where we all meet and have this general meeting. It will be next December. But if you want to register to participate there, please feel free to do so. Thank you very much.
Si hay preguntas ahora o después.
We're going to take questions now or at the end?
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for that really interesting overview with so much information of a business, academic and institutional type. And thank you to the European Association for its great work. So we'll now hand over to Paula Hernandez, who's come from Innovarum, which is the company that's drawn up the study on opportunities in blue biotechnology in Macaronesia. So welcome. So let me just draw up the presentation here.
Vale, buenos días.
So, can you hear me okay? That's good. Good morning. I'd first like to thank all the organizers and sponsors of this event and all the participants, those of you who are here and are following online. And thank you for inviting us to present this study. I'd also like to thank Gabriel for his excellent presentation, which I think has solved many doubts and clarified many issues. Firstly, my name is Paula Hernandez. I have a degree in biochemistry and also a master in biotechnology. And I work in Innovarum right now as a project manager, which is why I'm here. I've participated in the drawing up of these documents within the REBECA-CCT project. So I'm absolutely delighted to be with you here because personally I am passionate about the sea and all it has to contribute. So who are we? Allow me to give a brief overview of who we are. We are a consultant, a company based in Madrid to support innovation in bioeconomy, agriculture, and related sectors. So this is our main mission in order to drive through these innovative solutions to promote innovation across the board in this field. What we do, apart from the work that we carry out in drawing up proposals for EU-funded projects, we also carry out collaborations with projects, either as members or as outside agents. We draw up guides and guidelines. And sometimes we are members who can contribute communication and dissemination activities. Thanks to our expertise, we have some of our clients, and here you have our contact details if you want to go onto our website and see a bit more information. And here you can put names to faces for all the members of our team. And now, if we look more at today's project, or the reason that we're here today, what we've done is to develop the deliverables within this project. And we're going to present the deliverables here, which is a market study, a roadmap, a guide for companies, and a final document of conclusions, which will be based on today's event. So if we look in a bit more detail here, I just wanted to give a brief introduction, although we've already heard a great deal about the sector. But I want to talk about what blue biotechnology is and why it could be so relevant here for Macaronesia, as we've heard. Blue biotechnology aims to make good use, sustainable and responsible use of the living resources in the sea by transforming them into products that can be useful for society. That in many different sectors like food, health, agriculture, in the case of fertilizers. And why is this sector so important for Macaronesia? Why does it have so much potential? Well, because of the huge biodiversity. We have so much marine, so many square miles or kilometers, and such a high concentration of biodiversity with autochthonous species and others. So there's a huge potential for added value here. So there are many other strengths as well here, which are obviously the wonderful climatic conditions, the presence of research and development infrastructure. We have technological centers that are already up and running here. Also, the energy potential with the renewables through marine wind energy, for example, and also development initiatives like this REBECA-CCT project that are pushing for the development of this sector, which generates an opportunity for economic growth, for academic excellence. This is a one-off opportunity, really, on a global level, and also the setting up of international collaborations. It's true that there are also challenges and threats. So, for example, amongst the challenges, we could mention the regulatory framework. There are also issues related to the sustainability of the technological processes, where we need further optimization. There's also, obviously, the international competition from other markets. There's also the general public's lack of awareness of the value of these products and the economic profit margins. These are all challenges. There are also a few threats: climate change, pollution, and the waste products, all of which threaten these wonderful conditions, climatic conditions, and the biodiversity. So, moving on to the results of the market study as the first deliverable. First of all, I'd like to underscore the objective of this document is not just to compile and present this data, it's also to underscore the major opportunities that blue biotechnology presents for development, or economic development, growth and diversification in Macaronesia, given its current expansion and scope for future expansion. If we look at the data in terms of the market, we can see that it's growing worldwide, where we have the compound annual growth rate of 7.1%. That was what was seen. So that means that in 2032, we'd have double the current market. And these same data show that in terms of the European market, is the largest of 42%, where we have the States coming in at under 30% and the Asia Pacific at 29%. We will also see that we have a market here that is growing. So the algae market, where we have macroalgae and the cyanobacteria, including spirulina, it's foreseen that this annual compound growth rate is going to be between 16 and 17%, both in terms of biomass and market value. I'm talking about from here to 2030, which implies a high level of growth. Worldwide, it's estimated at 10.2%. In our study, we thought it was important to underscore what Gabriel's already mentioned, the added value by product. We wanted to be able to show this hierarchy of value depending on the application that the algae are derived towards. So we have pharmaceutical products, which are very high value, and then we have the nutraceutics and cosmetics, where we can see that they occupy a much lower concentration in the final product. And then going down in terms of added value, we can see food, feed, fertilizers. And finally, at the bottom of the pyramid, we can see that products of much less value, where we can see much more biomass being used, where we have biofuels, bioremediation, and the use of synthetic products as alternatives to plastic. If we look at the number of companies and the socioeconomic data, nationally, there are, according to this updated database that was updated in February of this year, we can see that in Portugal and Spain, there are 80 companies involved in the chain of added value of algae, 23 in Portugal and 57 in Spain. In Cape Verde, there was no company registered from Cape Verde in this database. We don't have broken down figures in Macaronesia from European sources, but if we look at the number of companies that are active across Macaronesia, we can see that that's a smaller volume. So we can see that there's a gap here, given the huge potential, and so we need to be able to support and make more agile the setting up and development of companies across the different archipelagos of Macaronesia. In terms of the market study, we also carried out some interviews which have been included in this deliverables. We asked a set of questions to stakeholders in the sector, both in the public and the private sectors, in order to be able to get an idea of their perspective of blue biotechnology today and future prospects. And so we've been able to identify some trends, some opportunities, and emerging technologies. So what we can see here in terms of you have a summary here, but I'm not going to go into this into any depth. We also asked these stakeholders in a closed question approach to get some quantitative data in terms of development. And their assessments showed that most participants thought that the access to funding in Macaronesia is too limited, and more research, R&D plus I, is required. In terms of the political framework, the support was deemed to be insufficient, and there's far too much red tape. And in terms of regulations, well, too many bottlenecks, and that needs to be addressed. There were also some positive ideas underscored here. because there were considerable opportunities for collaboration, and also the presence of structures and installation infrastructure was valued in a positive light. As conclusions to this market study, if we look at the opportunities and the obstacles, we need to improve the regulatory framework to make it more competitive in order to make the most of the potential for expansion of blue technology in Macaronesia. So that was the market study, or an overview of it. There, the next deliverable was a roadmap in Macaronesia rather than an overview of Europe, which is what we've just heard from the previous speaker. The objective was to trace a common trajectory that could bring together the academic institutions, the different research centers, and the companies and public administrations in order to try to consolidate this sector in the region so that everybody was singing off the same song sheet. Within this objective, we outlined 3 sub-objectives. We needed to consolidate the idea of Macaronesia as a territory of science, as a scientific and technological excellence center. We also wanted to see the value chain of algae grow, driving the economic development of the region, and also to address the current social challenges in areas like the environmental, food, and energy transitions in line with the European objectives that have been clearly drawn up. To this end, we need synergies to come into place, bringing together stakeholders from different sectors of this panorama to work together, and also to work together with international partners. In terms of the first objective, we set up some recommendations so that we could have a specific academic training in blue technology in the Macaronesian universities, and also sustainable technological processes and research in this area. We also recommended the setting up of courses and public training events to make the sector more visible, and also awareness-raising activities amongst the general public in terms of economic development. We wanted to ensure that there would be a pull factor for businesses coming towards the technological and scientific parks, using incentives and also allowing companies to use the existing infrastructure, funding and support for new businesses that were getting set up and when they were defining their business idea, and the involvement of the political, administrative, and legal frameworks of all the different regions that make up the Macaronesia. And for our recommendations for our third objective, which is addressing social challenges. So this economic development has to always be in line with the European strategies of circular economy, whether it's for carbon capture, bioremediation, whether it's setting up or producing alternative proteins, substitution of oil-derived products, biomedical applications, and bioenergy, and contribution to the SDGs. And so we know that there are specific biotechnological programs. No, we don't have these type of really specific training programs right now. We know that we have like the marine science programs and others, but we don't have a specific undergraduate or master's degree that knocks blue biotechnology on the head. so that everything is centered on this type of contents. And also in terms of the technological requirements, we also think that it would be really good to have a vocational and a professional training programs to help to develop the necessary technology. And why not? You know, we thought we could throw out this idea, as we have inter-university masters across Europe that are coordinated and taught by the different universities, and the students study in the different universities, and they are based on Blue Biotechnology. So this could be an idea if we could set up an inter-university master across the different Macaronesian universities that's based on Blue Biotechnology in the area, or existing masters, such as the ones I've put up here on the slide, could also include universities from the Macaronesian region. Here on the right of the master in Blue Biotechnology, where we have Spanish, Portuguese, French and Irish universities participating. So I would really encourage that an evaluation of joining in to this master. And so then point 3, we have this new business guide for entrepreneurs. So for companies that want to set up here in the archipelago, they face a number of threats. Well, the costs of setting up a new business and the lack of knowledge of the regulatory framework and how to manage waste, and the size of the current market. So we would opt for setting up a solid business plan where we can see a good value proposal. So it would be good to be able to have a panel of experts to advise them, and also look at the funding, the incentives, the investment plans that exist at a European level. That would be really useful if we could have a detailed roadmap there for people setting up a business. So the recommendations to entrepreneurs would be: find your niche in the value chain. Secondly, develop a solid business plan and check it with experts, where the risks could be well assessed, and also contingency plans. And invest the time in studying all the different funding opportunities and also the entrepreneurial models. What we can see up here, we have different entrepreneurial models. We go into more detail in this in the final document, and the opportunities of funding, particularly on a European level, to ensure that we're in line with EU strategies. There are different initiatives and proposals and funding programs that can really inject capital into these initiatives and these companies. So in terms of conclusions, well, our market study revealed the huge potential of this market in Macaronesia, with the need to be able to attract more companies. In the roadmap, we saw the need to train more people and to train them more specifically and in more depth, to be able to reach that level of academic and technological excellence. And in terms of the business plan, the business guide, we saw the need to develop solid business plans and to make good use of the available finance. And the next document will be born out of the conclusions of this particular event, which we hope will be hugely fruitful. And of course, we will be paying particular attention to everything that comes out of the round table to that end. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paula. In the round table, we'd really like to hear from you because of your in-depth knowledge of the study, and we're going to be able to talk about the regulatory framework, where I know that we're going to hear from one of our colleagues about this, because we know that this is one of the bottlenecks that we're facing right now when we're trying to support and promote companies working in this sector. We're going to have a short coffee break now because I think we're running on time. And so we're looking forward in the second half of this session to hearing from the companies that are going to present their projects in the region and in Northwest Africa. Unfortunately, Ignai, the company from the Azores that was going to give us a presentation on cosmetics, is not able to be here. But luckily we have been able to cover this with a presentation on the microgreen spirulina. There are some technical issues with the arrival of this presenter, but we like to keep everybody on the edge of their seats. So we've got this area to my left is where we're going to have the coffee break, etc. And please don't go out on the other side of the room because security has designated that as a restricted area. Thank you.
Continuamos.
So, we're going to continue with the second half of the session after this networking coffee break. And we now hand over to the companies, as I said before, they can tell us about their experience in developing their activity in this area of Macaronesia and adjoining areas. Firstly, I'd like to present Piers Mudd, who's the Chief Operating Officer of Brilliant Planet, who's going to talk to us about the cultivation of algae farming and production. So the floor is yours.
Le cedo la palabra.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Can everyone hear me okay?
¿Se
It's
me
all
oye
good?
bien? Sí, se me oye bien.
Perfect. First and foremost, thank you
En primer lugar,
so
me
very
gustaría
much for
agradecerles
welcoming me
por
to the
permitirme
Canary
estar
Islands
aquí en
today.
las Islas Canarias hoy y acogerme. Muchas gracias por este gran apoyo
given by the team
que
here.
se me ha dado por parte del
It is a
equipo
real
aquí
honor
presente
to
y
be
es un
invited
verdadero
here
honor que se
to
me
speak on
invite
behalf of Brilliant
para
Planet.
hablar en nombre de Brilliant Planet.
And please,
Por favor, discúlpenme por hablar en inglés, creo que sea mucho más seguro si lo hacemos así, porque mi español la verdad que no es el mejor que podría tener. ¿Debería esperarme un momento hasta que se solucionen los problemas? Continúe. Bueno, voy a hablarles hoy sobre un ejemplo de cómo esta tecnología maravillosa de las algas se puede aplicar de la manera más innovadora. He visto algunos de los aspectos que quería tratar, se han tratado ya hoy desde la generalidad, pero me gustaría traerles un ejemplo de cómo se está aplicando a menor escala por parte de Brilliant Planet para también eliminar el dióxido de carbono y en forma cómo trabajamos en el desarrollo de productos de alto valor para obtener beneficio. Voy a ponerles primero un vídeo, espero que puedan escuchar el audio.
no audio.
Aparentemente no.
There was meant to be some over. Is that okay? I'll try again. Oh. Not coming through. Okay, I'll just talk over it. So this is just to give you an idea of what we do. So we all know that across the planet, algae flourishes in all environments. And level here with Gran Canaria is our production facility in the south of Morocco, where we have a 4-hectare pilot facility that has already been in production for approximately 5 years. We have a system of raceways that takes algae inoculant from our laboratory, bioprospected algae species from the same oceanic environment as here in the Canary Islands, passes it through our system here. We then spray it, dry it, and we bury it.
We are based in London, UK, at Rothamsted Research, the world's longest-running agricultural research institute. And our team in Morocco have been demonstrating our process in the real world since 2018. The future is blooming.
Okay, so a very, very short insight there, just to give you a taster. So we're located, as you can see here, directly level with the Canary Islands. We're in the south of Morocco in an area called Akfenir. And this facility has been in production for, as I said, approximately 4 years. The business is now moving into its scale-up phase, having proven its technology and its science on 8 years of research and development. We've had trials in Oman, in Australia, in South Africa, and the facility here now in Morocco has settled here because of the quality of the water and certain other conditions in Morocco, particularly in terms of access to large amounts of real estate provided through investment agreements with the Moroccan government that gives us the opportunity to scale over the coming years. We are now moving into our next round of funding and growth, targeting a Series B fundraise starting in January, and then building our next demonstration facility through the course of next year. So our system looks, in simple terms, like this. We have an intake water system that draws deep ocean water into our ponds on shore. As I explained earlier, the algae inoculant is developed in our onshore laboratory that is then introduced and then cycled through our various different ponds. And as the algae bloom flourishes and expands, it gets moved through ever larger pond sizes until it reaches readiness for harvest. We then harvest the algae using drum filters. And that slurry, that concentrated algae slurry, we were talking about pastes and different concentrations of algae during the harvest process earlier from Gabrielle. We have this slurry that is then sprayed at height from towers, and because of the heat in the environment in Morocco, by the time that then settles to the ground, it is dried. It then gets harvested from a series of catchment areas. It gets compacted and buried. And that product is highly saline. It's marine algae. It is very dry. It is high in acidity, and it is locked away in a rock structure elevated high above any potential future sea level rises, which gives us a highly durable and permanent biomass sequestration process so that we can then take that to market and sell the carbon credits. And the company is already well advanced in its accreditation process. Our monitoring, reporting, and verification protocol for carbon credit permanence is very well established now, and we are already pre-selling carbon credits to some of the biggest corporates and tech companies in the world. So that is the principal focus of the business, is on climate remediation, on carbon dioxide removal. And then in parallel, we have a high-value product development arm that is currently focusing on beta-carotene as an early revenue driver. We have a series of key technical and academic partnerships in place with a series of different institutions, both in the UK, Europe, and in America. As I said, the business has been in place for approximately 8 years, initially as a research and development platform, and really only in the last 18 months as it transitioned now into a commercial focus. It has been very well supported, in particular by the UK government. So Innovate UK is a British innovation driver. We've received some significant grants from them. Most recently, within the last 18 months, we received a £4.5 million innovation grant, which has just concluded, so that we could install a fully automated process system that is all SCADA enabled, that allows us to drive many more efficiencies through our production system using GIS and a whole series of sensors to automate that production process to the greatest extent possible. And now we have a series of partnerships in place on the product side to ensure that we are bringing our our principal product, which is carbon credits, to market in the most credible and the most organized ways. So for those that are not familiar with any of these organizations, Patch is one of the leading marketplaces for high-quality carbon credits. Eco-engineers are one of the leading global consultancies that advise on the monitoring, reporting, and verification process for high-quality carbon capture protocols. Isometric is what do they call it? A regulatory body that holds your accreditation process in place. And Discerner have been responsible for taking us through our life cycle analysis to ensure that there is rigor brought throughout that process. We are well supported from an investment perspective. We ran a Series A fundraise at the beginning of 2022, at which point a number of venture capital firms from the US came on board. We had Union Square Ventures and Toyota Ventures as principal funders, with S2G Ventures also in support of that raise. And prior to that, a number of other critical supporting investors that have brought the company this far. And we continue to receive tremendous support from them. The company's IP, as you might expect, has been a critical foundation to the business. The patent process is ongoing, and we have quite a number of patents in the pipeline, as you can see here. There are actually now 3 that are filed, and then I think a further 5 that are currently under review. And we will continue to build on that as just a multi-layered proprietary foundational base. The key really that I want to get across today is about scalability of these kinds of applications. You know, we've talked already this morning about how much acreage of ocean there is for the opportunities that have been discussed, but there is also tremendous opportunity of real estate close to the oceans that is applicable for technologies such as this. What we target is oceanside, flat, low-value real estate, so that we can build ponds that require the minimum possible pumping power for large volumes of seawater, and we then use the power of gravity to then feed our water through our systems from there and then back to the ocean. We've identified millions of square kilometers of suitable land where ultimately this is property that is currently not used for anything. So as you will have seen from the photos, the real estate that we use is desert. It is not agricultural land. It is not prime tourist location. It is not population dense. There is no competition for this land. Instead, what we're doing is bringing job opportunities and economic development into areas that are otherwise very, very, very tough, very harsh environments. Where we operate in the south of Morocco, there are limited opportunities. And already, we've created kind of 35 to 40 jobs in an area where very, very little goes on, to be perfectly honest. And while that does present some challenges in terms of logistics, utilities support, access, supply chain, and talent, these are all challenges that can be managed. So the opportunity is certainly exciting in its terms for scalability. And this has been done before. Many of you will have come into contact with some of the shrimp farms that have been built in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, now increasingly in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia. Once again, facilities that are built oceanside that in many cases, certainly in the Middle East, are being put in place in areas where there were previously limited economic activities. So thousands of hectares of ponds is possible. It has been done before. It is all about the innovation around moving large bodies of water around these systems and doing it in the most environmentally responsible way. So the development plan for us is to move from our pilot site, which is currently in operation, to breaking ground on a demonstration facility next year, which will be 10 hectares in the same location, and then on a pathway to scalability of a commercial facility from 2026 onwards. And one of the reasons why I'm especially excited to be here is to listen to some of the opportunities around partnerships, certainly from a research and academic, a talent development perspective with the Canary Islands. There is such a bountiful wealth of knowledge here. I was explaining to somebody just 10 minutes ago how I spend my time regularly moving within the climate tech space, trying to explain our technology to people who have never come across an algal production facility before. And in this environment, it's wonderful to feel like I'm speaking the same language. And I'm really excited to be talking more on that over the next day or two. But the next phase looks something like this. This is a digital rendering. As you can see, still oceanside, and looking to then move to a demonstration scale. So that is final proof of concept over the course of the next 18 months. And that is that. I'm not sure if there's an opportunity for questions, but if anybody has a burning question right now, I'm very happy to take it. Otherwise, please come and find me during the course of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Piers. Sorry for the technical problems. And amazing experience that we are running very, very close to here. Yes. That means that it's possible. So, and also thank you very much for giving us some inputs, but also challenges. So we have time to discuss today and tomorrow also. So thank you so much for having this opportunity to have you here. Okay, thank you. Así que vamos a continuar con las empresas. Como les comentaba, Ignae
couldn't make it here today. His CEO cannot be here with us today due to some logistics problem. And we are now joined by Emmanuel Xavier, who is the CEO for RGCell, which is a company working on the production of microalgae for nutraceuticals. Welcome, Xavier. He has been present in the development of the REBECA project, and welcome once more, and let's see how your business is going.
Muito bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be here today. It's always a pleasure to talk about what we do and to tell you what we are doing. I come from the Azores. My name is Emmanuel Xavier, and I am the CEO I am responsible for the quality in algae cell, and I'm going to speak about the trip we have carried out and also the history of our company. I'm going to make you a very brief introduction, especially for those of you who are not familiar with this sector. And I think someone has already talked about this, but I will focus on my business. So the microalgae are microscopic, aquatic, simple elements, organisms that are photosynthetic. They transform sunlight, air, and CO2 into biomass. And it is believed that they are responsible for 60% of the primary production of the planet. Although they can be mainly found in the sea, they can be found in all ecosystems. But we don't really know what's the real number of microalgae in the world, but it ranges from 200,000 to several millions. They can be found in singular environments and also extreme singulars. So if we put together these elements, allow us to believe that microalgae are a very important organism to take into consideration. So the main species that are mainly farmed for commercial purposes are Cruella vulgaris, used in nutraceuticals, Spirulina maxima in nutraceutical sector 2. It's mainly found in Graciosa Island in the Azores. We have an open port where we cultivate it. Then we have the Duniniella salina. This is based on beta-carotene and Hematococcus pluvialis, which is responsible for the production of astaxanthina. The main production systems, if we talk about the industrial sphere, are known to all of you. We produce in open ponds, which are where the water is brought and then moved through different mechanisms. And then we have the photobioreactors. They both present advantages and disadvantages. Open ponds are more cheaper, of course, and easier to install, but as they are open, they are more prone to be contaminated. But the photobioreactors allow greater growth, and they are not that open to be polluted or contaminated. If we focus on the Azores now, we have a different islands compared to Gran Canaria, and we are well known for having a great number of lakes and ponds too. For instance, in San Miguel, they have a great number of lakes, and microalgae are natural or are indigenous to the islands. So that's why most of our lakes are green. Our the house walls are green too, and in some places even people are green. So you may believe that there are species with biotechnological powers there. So we operate in a very simple way. We take into consideration different parameters, including water, light, temperature, source of carbon, and nutrients. So then we compare these parameters with the reality of the Azores. We have some water coming from rain and coming from the sea, bearing in mind that the rain average is 1,000 cubic meters in the islands. The temperature is quite stable all year long. The variation is around 10 degrees, which is the 30 degrees is the hottest day and 10 degrees is the coldest. So the average is 20 degrees. And this is a very interesting temperature for the growth of different types of microalgae. So we have different natural sources of CO2 coming from natural and industrial sources. And also we have nutrients coming from urban and agricultural areas. Now we're going to talk about the history of our company. Algicel Biotechnologia e Investigação Limitada was created back in 2007. At that time, we developed a research project together with the University of the Azores in the field of biotechnology. Then we created this pilot project, and which had the main goal of study the intensive production of microalgae in the islands. In 2007, we had biofuels were kind of a hot spot. And then from there, we realized very quickly that our production had to be focused on an added value product. Then we thought about the Hematococcus pluvialis, and we tested this species for 3 or 4 years. And then the results were promising. That ended up in the form of 2 patents that then went through a business analysis, and we managed to collect funds, and finally we developed the project. Here you can see the algae cell. I mean, this is the timeline. The algae cell is the R&D project, the creation of patents, the development of the industrial project, and finally the implementation of such projects. What we are doing nowadays is we continue working on the Hematococcus pluvialis, which is a unicellular microalgae, which can produce great concentration of astaxanthina, which is an antioxidant, very powerful one, probably the most powerful one in nature, and this is why it has great industrial value for cosmetics and the food industry. If we talk about the species, the Hematococcus pluvialis has through its life cycle goes through 3 different stages. In good environment stations, it can move through the flagelles. In the second phase, the cell increases and loses its flagellates and the mobility. And in the third phase, it reaches under the mainly based on the environmental stress, the cell starts creating xanthina. So the defense mechanism of this species under environmental stress is that it creates more xanthina. So we are using this idea. This is our image in the market. This is, as you can see here, this is Azora antoxanthin. Astaxanthina is the most powerful antioxidant in the world, and it also has a very clear anti-inflammatory activity, as well as it helps or boosts the immunity system, and it also can be used as an anti-cancer agent. This is a post that I found that is written in Spanish for the Spanish market, where you can see the main benefits of the anti-xanthina, antioxidant, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory. It boosts the immunological system. It prevents neurodegenerative and heart diseases, and also joint pain, as well as fatigue and lack of energy. Here you can see our premises beyond the production plants. We have an interpretation center which has the main goal of welcome people, which are free of charge. So any person could go there and see how we work. There's a person working in those places. So people can go there, then they can visit our factories to see the whole process. And sometimes we bring, if you bring kids love it. Sometimes we organize groups, so please feel free to come and visit us. There you can see our indoor room. Our production cycle is made in 3 different areas. 2 of them are indoors, and then we have an extra area outdoors. But indoors, we have the inoculation area where we have where we do the laboratory part, where we see also some mini bioreactors. And these mini photobioreactors are the ones feeding the room you can see in this screen. And the main goal of this room is to produce the seeds to produce the transition to the outdoors areas. Here we have some automated rooms where we control the temperature, we have artificial light, and also we have different systems that allow the whole process. Here you can see our outdoors facilities where we not only work on the red phase but also the green phase. And what do we want? Well, we want algae to grow outside in the outdoors area, but interestingly, this species of microalgae in their green stage doesn't really need much light, so we need some areas in the shade, but when they turn red, they do need a great deal of sunlight. So we can produce algae all year long, and this is one of the advantages of the whole process. So we've been producing since 2020, and which was the year when the Azora brand was created. We have a team of 9 people working in the commercial area and the production area. We believe this is an emerging sector, and in Portugal we have around 500 points of sales around the country, and we have the ability, we're also selling online, this is important to mention, but we have the ability to produce around 150,000 units every year. Now we are increasing our capital in order to invest in 3 different areas. First, marketing and communication of the Azora brand. Secondly, the development of new products. And thirdly, development and research. What do we want for the future? Well, initially, for the next year, we want to increase the products we sell based on astaxanthina. We have online sales, of course, but we want to be present in chemistries and parapharmacists. So Spain is in the pipeline. It's our next market. We want to increase the sales, and to do that, we need to increase our production. And we also identified a new challenge, which was producing omega-3, and we're very interested in this topic. We know there is an potential market for this, and we want to use our production to find a species that could produce omega-3. I don't want to end the presentation, but what we want for the future, we want to grow. In business terms, if we don't grow, we die. So if we think about the challenges and opportunities that have been identified, the first one was that we don't have the necessary technologies to this reality. We need to adapt existing technologies. So this represented in the past a challenge. Then we need to improve the collection processes, and of course the commercial challenge is a constant challenge. If we talk about the opportunities, we need to identify other species with the main perspective of having profitability. We need to bear in mind this is an emerging sector, and the Canary Islands and the Azores are the perfect place to grow microalgae. This also brings a good image of the islands that links nature and green sceneries. I wanted to share a video with you. I hope that there are no technical problems now. Thank you. And once again, I would like to thank the organization for the invitation. Here you have our contacts. Please don't hesitate to contact us if you have any questions. And I would like to leave you with a message to take home with you. As Argentina is a fantastic product, which has a great deal of benefits for the health, and it is on sale. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Xavier. Fantastic presentation. And from the last time you participated in the assessment sessions for the Blue Biotechnology Roadmap in the Macaronesia Region, your company has grown a lot. So we would like you to explain what is the regulatory framework in the Azores and how the company is with this advantages in the biodiversity world, and also from university providing this kind of spin-off, because I think this is, well, probably not, although we have professors from University of Azores here, so who are also working with you in terms of training and to create companies like yours. I hope that you can share these tips with us later on in the round table and how you've managed to keep your company alive and to make it grow in an area like the Macaronesia. And I do hope that you can share this with us in the round table with a great deal of work. Yes, but it has been very well done, and you found the right ecosystem. Thank you very much. Finally, we are now going to share. We're going to be talking to microgreen spirulina, which is working for sustainable work in the Canary Islands, and will be presented by Paula Rivero, who is the CEO of this company. Thank you, Paula, for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you very much for introducing me and for inviting me to participate in today's session. Thank you to everybody who's participating both here and online. My name is Paula Rivero. I am a biologist and I founded Microgreen Spirulina. And in this 20 minutes or half an hour, I'd like to talk to you a bit about my humble experience in this field and to give you my idea of how I view blue biotech here in the Canary Islands as part of Macaronesia. So, first of all, what is our company, Microgreen? We want to improve food, enhance food through spirulina. So that's through the food, through international cooperation, through research, and through cooperation. I came across spirulina in my first year of my undergraduate degree, and so I have been involved in a number of different international cooperation projects in this field, and I've done some short specialization courses on spirulina, and then I moved to France when I worked on farming spirulina, and that's where I came across a different way of consuming spirulina. And then as a consumer, I came back to the Canary Islands and I went looking for it in the shops, and that's when I decided to set up a brand and to bring this new way of consuming spirulina to the Canary Islands as a kind of seasoning for food. I was quite clear of not only of what I wanted the food or the product to be like, but also the production model. Thanks to my time in France, I had a model to follow, and I was on a small-scale plant. I also spent some time in Switzerland, and I was able to visit different production plants, about 200 different plants. So we're looking at 200, 500 or 1,200 square meters, very often on agricultural land within a mixed production model. Very often we could see these type of plants as part of the circular economy, and they were just one more component of a larger model. So my attempts to produce spirulina in the Canary Islands, well, I've tried a number of times. First of all in Guimar in 2015 in Tenerife, and I visited the counterpart building of this one, but in Tenerife. I went around all the technical experts, and they said the problem is, administratively speaking, there's no box in which to put spirulina production. And then in 2016, I won a prize for the best business project. And then in Bajamar, we had another attempt in 2017 when we had a wonderful team, but we came across this legal vacuum in terms of which administrative licenses we should be applying for. So then we moved to Gran Canaria and to Galda, and the scientific and technological infrastructure there. That's where we've actually been able to put it into practice. So just to give you an overview of the different attempts that have been necessary to get to the point where we are now. When I decided to set up the brand, I knew that it wasn't just a question of saying where, how, and why. It was also the what. What actual product was I aiming to come up with? So I needed to target my users and what kind of problems or issues the product could help to solve. So 5 years in to setting up this business, I now have a pretty good idea of my target market and the demand, and I can answer these questions. So what kind of physical, human, intellectual resources did I need? These resources have changed in each of the different attempts, because at each stage there have been different people who've been on board with me. And of course, you know, those people have to live their lives, which very often take them in a different direction. And in that production context, they weren't able to come on board finally. And so, you know, who am I working with? Well, the team, the partners, the technological partners, and then how much? You know, I need to have an expense structure and a revenue model. And so we have created the brand, and we have more than 300 points of sale in the Canary Islands. And what about the stock? Of course, we got hit by the pandemic. And since the pandemic, we have encountered a much higher level of demand than existing stock. And so we didn't have the necessary packaging. We had bottlenecks. We had the fact that most of our suppliers actually don't send to the Canary Islands. So actually being located here has also presented us with a number of stumbling blocks. Also, we have the extra costs of paying through the products coming through, or the supplies coming through customs and the phytosanitary controls. In terms of viability, we need to have a look. We have an idea of our target market. We need to see the extent to which that could expand. Do we need to invest more? What about the production and the commercial viability, and also the economic and financial viability? But the biggest hurdle is the administrative viability. How long does it take? Because, time is money. It's not just how long it takes us to get a reply from the administrative about licenses, for example, but how much time are we going to dedicate to handling all the documentation that needs to be filled in and sent in and so on, and all that time is money. And this long process of permits and licenses is very slow here in the Canary Islands. All the red tape, it's horrendous, and it varies hugely between the different Spanish regions and the different European countries. After the different attempts that we have made to produce spirulina in the Canary Islands, we decided to have a small pilot production stage and dedicate that small surface area in small quantities. And then when we have taken that step and we know that we can do it, then we will look at scaling up. So we went through the different steps of the pilot project and so on. And it was like, it was as though we were a detective agency, because we needed to identify who we needed to talk to in order to get the reliable information as to which steps we needed to take, whether or not it's the city council, or whether it's the island council or the Canary Islands government, to ensure that we could obtain the necessary permits for this activity. And the major surprise for this tiny pilot project corresponds to an industrial scale project. So, that's hugely frustration, because we had to hire engineers and architects, and it was unbelievable, really. And a massive economic and financial viability plan just for this tiny pilot project. So if we then, moving on now, we can look at the unit cost of production and the unit cost of distribution within the Canary Islands context. We have a product here in the Canary Islands that we cannot afford to sell only in the Canary Islands. That's completely unviable. We need at least to make it commercially available in the rest of Spain and to sell into the rest of Spain. Any company based in Barcelona or Valencia or Madrid or whatever doesn't need to bear in mind sales in the Canary Islands. It's really not significant for them. But the other way around, we need to be selling into the mainland Spain. And that obviously incurs extra costs. €8 to send a tiny parcel into mainland Spain. And that generates losses for me, but that's the only way to get enough market share. So these €8 to get the product sent to the logistics center and to get it then sent on. So clearly that's not a beneficial situation for us. And so the main points of sale are, well, physically in herb shops and chemists. And then we also have trade fairs, sports shops, and online sales. And so we're able to distribute online through this logistics hub that I mentioned earlier. We've talked about if we look at a SWOT analysis here, we've talked about the weaknesses and the threats, but the strengths. We know that there's an institutional interest, solid interest in food sovereignty, and there is an increasing demand for natural and ecological products. We have the existence here of important technical centres, and obviously, you know, the great climate conditions that we have, where we can produce 365 days a year. But if I compare this to my experience in France, where they were completely viable technically and economically, even though they could only produce 5 months a year. In terms of opportunities, there are lots. We have a limited number of competitors, and we can respond to a European demand that is increasing, continues to increase, and is not only demanding quantity but also quality. Boosting blue biotechnology in the Canary Islands requires and involves a change in the development model, because we have more than 50% protected natural spaces, and so the rest of us live in the other 50% where we have high level of population density. And I find it really demoralizing to see how it's much easier to get an administrative license to build a hotel or a luxury resort that threatens our biodiversity, rather than these types of installations that have very low environmental impact and add value to the economy. I think that it's absolutely vital to have institutional coordination between city councils, island councils, and the regional government to make the whole process much more agile. And how can it be possible that you send in your project and then it takes them 2 months to come back to you? They reply in the middle of August and they give you 10 days. When in the whole of August here, everything is shut down. So you have no margin to be able to make the adjustments or modifications that there are, that they require. I think that we need a specific regulatory framework and norms for algae and for cyanobacteria. And I think it's really important that the administrative demands should vary in terms of the scale of the project and the extent or the degree of industrialization of production, because all this massive amount of red tape that is imposed on a family business that is producing bananas. I mean, you know, I think we need these types of demands need to reflect the size and, as I say, the level of industrialization. So we also came up with this, we were faced with this surprise where we could see that the sale of phycocyanina is not contemplated across the whole of Europe, and so we were denied the requisite permit. But I mean, you know, so how come they're producing it and selling it in France and in Switzerland? So we really need to get on to food production, because as we know that FAO, we know that there'll be over 9 billion people on the planet in 2050, and we'll need to increase the production of food by 70%. Here in the Canary Islands, we can produce food that's increasingly demanded, that would help to diversify the economy. Food components like spirulina that have a wonderful nutritional profile. They have phytonutrients, nutrients, minerals, and with all the wonderful properties that we know that they have, antioxidants, etc., and with a very sustainable profile in terms of the energy and water use. There are international bodies, products. We will continue to work in favor of a healthier, more sustainable, ethical food product like a spirulina. And we have been working for 2 years now with a company from Segovia looking at the Canary Islands strain of spirulina under the auspices of the World Bank. We've had excellent results here. We also have training activities with the SPEC, for example, consultancy work with setting up different projects to fight malnutrition. And we want to be able to offer the spirulina in different formats that enables the properties to be properly maintained and be easy to eat. So we will continue to back this idea, although it's difficult because, you know, some days it's really difficult to get up and find the enthusiasm with all these obstacles. And just to draw to a close, I'd like to use this sentence from Lynn Margulis, this US biologist who worked with algae so much. And she says that life is a symbiotic and cooperative union that enables those that participate to triumph. So I'd like to direct these words to the administration so that, you know, if they want to be successful, then please can they contribute. So thank you very much. Here's my Instagram and Facebook and so on if you'd like more information on the project. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Paula. Honestly, this has been really an emotional presentation because I know that the work of Microgreen and other companies are really suffering at the hands of the institutional and legal administrative framework, which is disheartening to say the least. It's so difficult to get these excellent ideas to market. And I work so hard in this. And I know that many projects actually don't make it all the way through. So we'll now move on to the round table, where we're going to be looking at all these issues that have been underscored from Gabriel, from the study that Paula presented, and from the different companies. And I know that Juan Luis Gomez Pinchetti is going to moderate this session. And so we're going to hear from Gabriela Cien, Javier Ro, who's the R&D project manager in the Canary Islands Research Agency, Mariana Benuela from the ITC, Juan Ramón Rodríguez Alemán, who's the coordinator of BioASIS project development in Gran Canaria. So please, could you come up and join me here on the top table? So, Thank you very much to all of you. This is Ardena has put me in this position the last couple of days. She said, go on, we need to hear more about the regulatory aspects here. I'm no expert on this, but people keep asking me to produce this type of information and these types of presentations, so I'm kind of getting my head around it. So my presentation here is related to another research project in Alga that we're working on. We're looking at the production of micro and macro algas in Spain, looking at the farming of different species, micro and macro, obtaining new products that will be of interest for industry. And I was also asked to look at the Spanish regulatory framework and to come up with some recommendations. I'm not going to share the full presentation with you because otherwise, I get carried away and I'll be on it till 4 o'clock this afternoon. But there are a few things that I'd like to highlight that have come up during the morning that are based around the motivation and the initiatives that are coming up in Europe related to the production and transformation of algae. I think that's really important because we're always looking at the production of biomass and the production of derived products, but there are other aspects that are more related to the technical issues of the production of biomass and other initiatives related to the transformation of algae and the use of the related biomass. European-based initiatives are increasingly numerous and can be classified with similar objectives. The messages that we receive from all around the world is that algae form part of the solution in this scenario of climate change, particularly in terms of being a source of food. I really don't like this, superfood crazes, but, it comes up periodically related to algae. Not only macro algae, as we've seen, but also micro algae have a role to play. And all the indicators say that a combination of micro and macro are going to help to solve or to mitigate the issues related not only to food, but also the sustainability, food sovereignty, environmental issues, and climate change. Gabrielle showed other slides with this similar kind of information about where and what is farmed and produced. The European Atlas of Oceans we could talk about, where we can see all the different activities and companies and business activities related to algae in Europe. And as we've heard, the importance, the exploitation or use of naturally produced algae as well as the farming of algae is very important. We can see the distribution between north and south, as we heard before. And we can see here in the south of Spain, and obviously the Canary Islands and Portugal are also important, as is Madeira and the Azores. Here we have this scientific article where we can see the overview in Europe, but I would like to draw our attention here to, on the bottom map, the number of companies related to the production and transformation in Europe, of algae in Europe. We're up there and we're competitive with the major countries that traditionally have produced macro algae, like France or the Netherlands, and we're third behind them with the production and management of biomass based on macroalgae, but also in terms of the production of microalgae. And so we're competing with the Germans in terms of not only the production, but also a number of businesses related to the production of microalgae. And in this sense, one of the activities that's proposed is to get a snapshot of the regulatory framework, not only in terms of regulations per se, but also fundamental aspects relating to marine biotechnology and algal biotechnology. So the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol, all of those who work in this field are really clear about the existence of this protocol and the fact that it's up and running and that we need to comply with the norms in terms of the use of energy resources. And lastly, in terms of what we've spoken about, is the elaboration and development of standards and norms. Some have already been published and we can access them, and we need to apply them to ensure that all activities are normalized in terms of the contrasting and observation of data that are produced. In terms of regulatory aspects, I've been comparing not only the European regulations, of which we've got some interesting recent activities of what's happening in Ireland, in the north of France, in Norway and the Netherlands, compared to what's happening in Spain. If we look at this map, and we look at Spain specifically, there's not as much activity in terms of the production of algae as we might think, particularly if we compare the situation with Portugal, and particularly if we look at the Macaronesian archipelagos. Why? Why is there not as much activity as we might have expected? Well, there are a number of studies, norms and documents that help us to understand how the field has evolved. I think one of the most interesting among them is the Pegasus document. These are the guidelines that gives us a roadmap as to how to ensure sustainable algae production. I mean, they talk about seaweed, but they're talking, actually, they refer to micro and macro algae. We carried out a small survey looking at the administrative issues that came into play along the coastal communities, and we could look at the different figures that you can see up here on the slide for the development and production of algae on land and at sea. And what really caught our attention here was the fact that the responses or the situation was not so different, really, vis-a-vis, the north or the south of the mainland or the Canary Islands. So I have focused here on the situation in the Canary Islands, given where we are, obviously, because since 2017, we've been working on the BioASIS platform. And then when we realized the situation, we've been able to identify so many bottlenecks where red tape has really strangled us. And obviously has a knock-on effect on the business community. And obviously, here, a lot of the work that's carried out, not only in the university, but in the associated research centres, it's all affected by these bottlenecks. Further initiatives over recent years have focused on the technological support to possible startups in the sector, in ACES. As I say, we identified the bottlenecks in the regulatory field. What are the opportunities here for the Canary Islands? And obviously in Macaronesia and on a broader scale, Europe. Obviously, underscoring the wonderful climate conditions here, all framed within the scenario of global change. We identified two important points in terms of regulation. Firstly is how to interpret and how to work with the regional plan for the development of aquaculture in the Canary Islands and the Gran Canaria plan, which was passed at the beginning of this year, where areas were identified both at sea and on land for the development of aquaculture and other aquatic related activities, including the production of algae. So the decree that governs all the activities relating to the permits and licenses for carrying out aquaculture-related activities, they're all form part of this Canary Islands plan that you can see up here in the slide, and it goes into the different risks and who's in charge of managing or expediting the different permits. Well, in a document that was produced within the framework of Bioasis Gran Canaria, we had this, I think, noteworthy results. There are 11 differentiated blocks with different directorate generals where you have to be in touch with them to apply for the different permits and licenses that are required. So authorization, for example, to be able to capture and use seawater, then the authorizations of the release of waste products, and the different organizations or the different departments for marine organisms. So it's all detailed up here in the slide, and as you can see, it's a big jigsaw puzzle. On-land production is key for us, and that depends on the different DGs for agriculture and fishing, and the combined department to try to solve this maze. We have elaborated a super project based in Taliarte that enables us to foster the development of the sector and to overcome the different bottlenecks, to be able to access the different types of permits that we need to be able to carry out the activities. And I think that I promise you, I'm coming to a close. And the other day, some people were surprised by this when I said it. I think that within this Canarian plan, there's a list of species that are permitted in terms of the cultivation in the Canary Islands. We know that here in the Canary Islands, we have small populations of a very wide range of species. Only in the Spanish alga bank, we have over 2,000 strains of microalga, and 65% of them come from the Canary Islands. Of these 2,000 strains, so in 2021, this order of the 1st of April was published, where they included new species of interest for aquaculture, and there are 4 species, all of the Ulva genus, Not going to go into more technical details. And the list of species for interest in aquaculture, where we have these 4 ulva species, 3 of eukaryotic strains, and 2 of strains of spirulina. In August 2021, another annex is published with other species of interest, and there we have, as you can see, 3 microalgae, which are up on the slide, and 3 species of macroalgae. So I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, but that's it. These are the only species that you can actually farm or harvest or produce in the Canary Islands. So we have come up with a series of recommendations, and with all this hard work that we've done in the framework of REBECA, we've come up with 5 important identification points of bottlenecks, both in terms of micro and macro algae. The 5 points are: we have a variable complex regulation, not only in the Canary Islands, in other Spanish regions. The different regions overcome these issues in different ways. The regulation, as I say, is very complex and varied, both at a local, national, international level, and we need the whole process to be simplified and harmonized. In our specific case, we have to look at a possible increase in the number of species that can be grown or cultivated, because it's ridiculous from our point of view. The whole process is so slow. I always recommend that we should have a one-shop stop where we can get everything done in one place, so we don't have to traipse from one office to another and knock on all these doors and find out when they can pay attention to us and when they can deal with our paperwork. We should be able to do it all in one document that should be handled by one specific specialized unit. There's a complete lack of interinstitutional cooperation, not just locally here in the Canary Islands, but within the different Spanish regions. We also need to continue with ongoing training, lifelong training, more specialized training, so that we have technicians and researchers who are specialized in this area. And we need also to raise awareness and to educate society in general, so that they understand the importance of all the progress that we're being made. My personal opinion is what I've marked up here in red, but algae, not animals. Perhaps we should have a specific regulatory framework for algae, for marine vegetation species. And we should also have to evaluate the sustainability and the environmental impact of the production of algae, to circumvent all this lack of trust that there is in terms of environmental impact. I think there's a great deal to be said on this particular subject. And we also need to ensure and carry out the necessary activities to ensure that biodiversity is preserved. But that doesn't mean to say, so we need to be preserving biodiversity and also make good use of all the renewable inputs like energy and water use. As Gabriel said, we're always looking at the options for human consumption. We do have a norm that regulates the access to the production of algae as food. That's algae as novel food in Europe. That should come into play when we are being given or not the permits that we need. I've probably overrun in terms of time, but I wanted to put these different subjects on the table so that panelists can come in on it or questions can be framed. Thank you. I'd just like to say that we will be opening up questions for people who are here in the room. Please, can you wait to get the microphone so that your questions can be translated for those who are following us in streaming, and that those who are following us on YouTube, there's a chat there, and if you put your questions in the chat, we will pose them to our panelists. Thank you so much, Juan Luis, for bringing all of this together, this complex situation, into a short and concise form. I'd like to ask Gabriel, who's not only the Vice President of EABA, but who's also was in charge of the Savannah project and has participated very actively in the Bjorison company and in the development of the scientific side, but also the development of all those different plants that you showed on your slides. On that slide where you can see all those different administrations and all the different DGs that have to give you a green light. What's the situation in Andalusia?
Well, in Andalusia, it's pretty similar to the Canary Islands. Probably here you have more restrictions because of these biological restrictions in terms of species protections. But in Andalusia, if you prove that the species you're talking about is everywhere, you need no further documentation. How can you prove that? Well, just by using expert reports. You don't need anything else. The first plant we installed was in collaboration with Endesa to sequestrate CO2 back in 2000. Well, I was young at the time. And the wastewater permission granted to Endesa required this report. So they needed to know what kind of species we were going to introduce to see if they were if they were originally from the place. We proved that the species we were going to introduce was from the area, and we had a report made by Mr. Anaga and then another colleague in Portugal. The authorization was given by the Ministry of Industry to Endesa to include any, algae waste waters that was used by us to create biomass, so it wouldn't have any effect on the environment, and that was it. That was enough. So I think that what we are saying is true, but I think we're mixing up things. I come from the academia, and I can make suggestions for companies regarding the mechanisms they have to use, but I can't teach them how to do business. That's not my background. Many times people from academia or from this scientific environment create companies, and we don't know how to do that because business people are the ones leading day after day with administrations. You could see that this kind of action can be applied to any sector, because if you want to install a desalination plant, you have to take into consideration the very same aspects dealing with employees, with permits, etc. It is not our job, it is investors' job to do so. But the administration is not aware of what algae are. So where can we locate them? If you tell the administration, I want to install a desalination plant, they know what to do. But if you say, I want to install a algae plant, they don't really know where they should locate that investment. So we need here to have people from councils and from governments, so they know what algae are, so they have an idea of where to place these projects. This should be done in Spain, across Spain. In Andalusia, for instance, we have a single stop where people know that algae should be included into special agricultural projects. So the projects are not included into water territories, because we're talking about agriculture. So, for instance, in Almeria, we have thousands of hectares devoted to agriculture. Maybe they could be similar to this cultivation. So when you introduce an algae project, as Paola mentioned before, and it's included as an agricultural project, you have every single box is ticked. So we know who is going to be controlling the water you use, who is going to be controlling your wastewaters. Everything is settled, and everything is restricted. Everyone knows what to do. But this is the real scenario we have at the moment in Andalusia, for instance, but it's similar to what is happening in Italy or in the rest of Europe. So we need to fight in this sense, because people coming from the business sphere know how to deal with this, and not us from the academia. My name is Ana Marcos. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Yes. And I belong to Galimiento CL, and I fully agree with Gabriel's words, and I am fully aware of the problems we have here in the Canary Islands in this sector, and I also work with colleagues in mainland Spain. We have a colleague in Asturias in northern Spain, where the production depend on agriculture. They have no restrictions, and it is very interesting to me that Madrid, which is not next to the sea, can produce microalgae. They can produce any type of marine species with no restriction, which is something that doesn't happen here in the Canary Islands. So I agree with you on the fact that administrations should be present here today, and I would like to ask you, experts and biologists, if those granting administrations can see the seas floating in the sea, the ships, floating in the sea. Because working with BEA, with the Spanish Bank of Algae, we submitted a statement to cultivate some species, and through ultrafiltration, filtrating the water, which demonstrated there was not cellular viability following this waste. So we talked to the BEA, and the cellular viability was not accepted. So we asked for this permission, and this was never granted. So, and this happened only with just ultrafiltration. There is enough technology to guarantee that there is not a waste, or there is not a discharge of wastewaters. Then we can see different treatments based on ultrafiltration as well as on chemicals to avoid a biological leak to the sea. But it is not enough. It's not enough for technicians. So I don't know what else they expect from us to make this industry viable. Because if business people are already putting in place every single means in terms of in economic terms or technical terms to guarantee success and security, we need to be supported by the technicians who are the ones performing the necessary tests to control through periodical tests to guarantee that there are no leaks. I don't know what they really need for that. I don't know if the technicians see the ships in the sea next to the in the port of Las Palmas. Do they think that these ship are not bringing species that are not indigenous to the Canary Islands? Well, that's my contribution. Maybe I'm the only representative at the table representing the regional government, so I kind of feel concerned. All these topics you have been mentioning, do we provide support to the industry? Well, this depends very much on each DG. For instance, in our institute, we do support the sector and its development as we are working on our research and development. But it's not that there are other departments against the activity, but technicians working at the administrations are just applying regulations in force. So I disagree with Juan Luis because the current regulatory framework is not ruled by the PROAC. It is regulated by the fishing regulation that was created in 2003. So I think we are kind of stuck, and I have to admit that as part of the government, because we really need to update this regulation because technology has changed since 2003. The species have changed. We know more than we did back in 2003. And I fully agree with Paula from Microgreen when they claim a differentiated treatment for a smaller scale projects needs to be done. This is happening with R&D. It doesn't really matter if you are trying to develop a project for 500 kilos of microalgae, then it's the same rules apply as if you were going to submit or start an industrial project. In this sense, from our agency, as part of the government, we are pressing in a way to update this fishing regulation as well as the science rules, which was created back in 2004-2003 to include all these aspects we're talking about. So we are at the beginning of a new political term. It is time now to work hand in hand to press the new government, apply it in the upcoming 4 years so they can be materialized. Javi, given his research experience, which is mainly linked to animal aquaculture, which also presents different problems, has a word to say here. Mariana, maybe you could say something. Yeah, well, Javier, you are not alone in this. As members of the ITC, we are very much in line with what you're saying. I agree with what you said about the Fishing Act. These obstacles that are difficult to overcome are expressed by the Fishing Act for the aquaculture activities. Aquatic activities need to be updated because when we ask for permission to perform different activities related to algae, we, for instance, are forced to use specific sizes of cages for all the different activities. We need to update that because things have changed. As Ana Marco mentioned before, there's some other regulations that need to be updated in comparison with the rest of the country. Ships are required to filter their waters at a physical level that cover up to 50 microns. But microalgae cannot be tackled through these ballast waters. So we're wondering why, in the case of the cultivation of microalgae, when it is proven that such microalgae are indigenous to the place, is so difficult. So maybe we could start a very small debate just to start it, because it takes a lot of time to solve this problem. When we're talking about planktonic microalgae, how many of them can be considered indigenous? Most of them are cosmopolitan, and this is a debate that could open a different way to tackle this problem. Probably we don't need to prove that such algae are indigenous, because most of them are cosmopolitan. They don't have a physical barrier to stop them. So maybe it's food for thought. And I would like to add a little nuance here about soil. We do need soil that are compatible with the aquatic activity. This is a very severe statement, because this soil, this real estate are very limited, because this could offer opportunities for the rural areas that have no other options. Maybe we shouldn't focus only on the sea. We could also think about lakes, for instance, or rivers. Another aspect I would like to mention, following Gabriel's words, is about novel food. With Tetraselmis, we asked for a substantial equivalence file that allowed us, because maybe you're not aware, but the Tetraselmis chuix, which is currently authorized as novel food, is the Tetraselmis that produces marine phytoplankton. And we, under specific conditions produced by bioreactors, was specific. And the permit we got was through these conditions. This represents an advantage for specific markets. And for instance, you are not, when you are working in the agricultural, or if you have hens, you don't ask farmers to ask chickens or hens to have eggs in a specific way. You should have some general guidelines, and then we should adapt to these processes. So in our case, a problem we faced was that although the nutritional compound was better than the reference file, we were told that our productive system was very different, because we were producing in open spaces, and although we met the phytosanitary requirements, we were not allowed to produce because the process was different. So I don't know, what's your opinion about that? About this novel food authorization process, specifically in the case of Tetraselmis?
Yes, I completely agree with what Javier said. It's not a subject as to whether or not the particular technician is in favor or against. It's a case of what the law dictates. There is a principle of security that governs the whole administrative. And that means that any of the people who work, the public employees who work there, they need to have everything in written form to enable them to act in X or Y way. So, okay, you're looking at 97. So in terms of XYZ regulation, well, if it's been included in the documentation that I have, then yes, okay, you can have, that's a tick. But if not, it's not. So the authorization that others have done it with their specific species, they may well, or they will have had to have done the work that means that their production process can be certified. And if you follow that production process, then you'll be okay. But if that hasn't happened, then nobody's going to be able to authorize it. Well, we know that this is going to happen with novel foods. So the companies that are fostering the authorization of species, then, they're looking at the species, they're not looking at the products. So when you look at phytoplankton, for example, then, I cannot allow any type of product that's derived from that species to be on the market. So we can have different lines of products, right from the gourmet all the way down. So we know that the different species are in the chain, and we know that approval is coming. But in your case, the difference with your case is that global overarching approval is being sought. Chlorella, for example, there was only one species that was approved. Then in the Czech Republic, they came up with a really strong argument, and it was sent to Brussels, and that ensured that all the chlorella species were authorized. And so Brussels said, okay, so you have shown that I only authorized one specific strain, but as of now, all the different chlorella can be apt for human consumption. So, this is the type of fight that we're in right now. In the chlorella case, it is produced in different production systems. It could be open or bioreactors. But the thing is that chlorella was already in the catalogue of recognized species. But I'm just pointing out the incoherence of when the productive process that is different means that your species gets left out. But if you sit in the regulator's shoes, I produce wine in the way that I do, and then somebody else comes along and makes his wine and comes up with vinegar, and that's a risk. So the regulator has to abide by security. And then if I can see that a producer comes along and produces in the same way as the system that's already been authorized, well then, that'll be ticked. But if not, I can't. So the same thing happens when you have desalinated water, where you can see that the process may produce water of a higher quality than you get from bottled water, but it's not going to be signed off as apt for human consumption because of the process. I'm pretty sure that these types of issues are going to be solved soon, because it's not in anybody's interest. I know that phytoplankton, they're going to be on board with it. In our specific case, we ticked all the boxes of all the technical issues. It was just a case of the regulation saying that only those products produced with a specific type of production would be approved. So there was a restriction there on a potential market for a slightly incoherent standard. Yes, I'm sure, we could talk about this over a coffee and go round and round and round in circles, but with your permission, I think, there's a very broad spectrum of species and the market is huge. I can't see any company saying, well, I can't sell my species because it's not approved. So you could produce any of the species that have already been approved, because there's plenty of market. Most of the companies that fail are not the ones that haven't had the permissions or the permits. It's the companies that have not known how to sell their products. Secondly, I'm not going to just jump into algae production. I need to learn. I need to go through a learning process. Here in the Canary Islands, we have these technological centers with sufficient knowledge and capacity to put the whole process to test, where they have the infrastructure and you can go to them and you can work on your project, your product and your process for a couple of years, and you can overcome the administrative obstacles, and for a low level of investment and a low risk profile, you'll have a product that you can take to market. And we cooperate with a lot of companies like this. I don't know if you've talked about the production costs in the Canary Islands and the cost of the raw materials, because that really puts the costs up. Since the pandemic, we have suffered with this specifically because costs rocketed by 100%. Rather than 300 euros a ton, we're up to 700-800 euros a ton. And very often it's the business plan that doesn't work because the raw material products that we have go up. And also water costs. Desalinated water is very expensive here. And very often we get water that's too brackish and we have to correct the level of salinity. And that's very expensive as well. Another of the questions that we've talked about a lot, or that we've asked for, is that, we should get a subsidy on the water, just as agricultural companies do as well. So, I think we need to have that same advantage. Just to come in, this whole production thing, it's very interesting, isn't it? I wanted to talk about the study that we've done here as part of REBECA, that we refer to the companies that have tried to produce algae here in the Canary Islands. And I think that pretty much all of them have failed. I know that yours is on hold at the moment. And in terms of microalgae, or Blue Biotechnology, has been Neptune. And that's included in the report. No, Neptune doesn't produce algae, it does Blue Biotechnology. They import compounds of high added value. With the data that we have, that a colleague put forward, from Brilliant Planet, where we could see there was so much land available in Morocco and South Africa and so on. If we want to produce microalgae, we need to increase volume. And that's tricky here. So my reflection is, do we really look at that massive production model and try to compete with India and with China, etc.? Or should we be looking in the other direction, more pure Blue Biotechnology, where we have products with a higher added value? From my experience, we detected this with the spirulina. We couldn't compete with producers from China and elsewhere because the market, if it doesn't take into consideration the high added value, it's a price-led market and we can't compete with China. Also, we need to look at species of this higher added value that goes directly to human consumption. In terms of price, It's really difficult. You shouldn't look at a price, you should look at a market. I think Paolo looked at this really well. They know where they're going to sell, they know their target market. I'm sure, their product is not remotely comparable to Chinese spirulina. I don't think that Paola is producing right now. I think she's importing. In Italy, Algaria, they produce spirulina at 40 euros a kilo. For some food chains, they have a small plant, 500 square meters, and they've had investors that come in and give them 3 million for a much larger plant because they have a niche and they know that if they have a market, they have demand. So when you have people who have the demand and say, well, I can sell X amount per year, then they're happy to come in and scale up existing installations. In France, you can see they're looking at 200 euros per kilo for spirulina. You don't have to go to these huge mega productions. In Europe, we're all looking at small scales production. We're looking at agricultural-based biomass, 5 to 8 euros per kilo for biomass. And these are 2-hectare plants. These are kind of highly technified greenhouses. So looking at smaller scale. So no. You don't need to look at your price to see if you can enter the market. You need to underscore quality and look at a different point of market entry.
So at the end of the day, competence shouldn't be based on quantity. In our case, it should be based on quality, or the quality of the biomass we produce. We agree with you, because otherwise we will be pushed by the scale economy. The more land you have, the more surface you have, the more production you will have, and the more biomass you will be producing. And this cannot be the option, of course. The Italian case, I am familiar with it because I am Italian. It's quite different because, if I am not wrong, these companies can access agriculture funds, and it could be similar to the FEM funds we have here for agriculture, and this is different here. In Spain, this is not an option. I don't know what role plays the fact that agriculture is more centralized at a European level if compared to our aquaculture, which is delegated to the different member states within the European Union. Maybe this is the main origin of the differences we are referring to today. Well, I was going to say something else, but I have just forgotten. I'll just mention another example, Giselle. This is a very clear example of a small company with a product in the market. The Amatococcus production nowadays shows that small companies are in the market. So if we go to sectors like this, it can be fully competitive. In fact, Chinese producers have tried to do this at a greater scale, and they have failed to do that. They have 100-hectare plants, and they can't produce because they can't control that. I would like to know if Xavier could share with us if he has any kind of regulatory issues. How have you accessed permits, and how has the whole process is done in the Azores? When we proposed farming Hematococcus pluvialis, we can hear you. We were asked by the local government to work with an indigenous species, but we had to find this species locally, and we had to have long conversations with the authorities. So that was the key point for success. Did I answer your question? Yes. Antera had to leave. Juanra hasn't spoken yet, and I would like him to say something. Today we have talked about the geographical location and the tax and strategic benefits of the Canary Islands in terms of geographical location. Today we have heard some comments related to the associated problems linked to transportation, the raw materials, etc. What's your opinion on this? So it's my turn now. Yeah, I really want to talk to you and share my ideas. I'm really happy to be here sharing this space with people I know and people with whom I share most of my feelings. We've been together working hand in hand ever since we started the BioOasis project. This roadmap that's being presented today, in my opinion, reflects what we have been doing, because most of the conclusions that we got from that roadmap are in place. So I would like to rename this event, and we're not talking about a revolution, but the re-elaboration or the reinvention of biotechnology. All of us have worked together. All of us know each other very well. We have all together tried to shed light on the barriers we have identified. And one of the first ideas that have been shared is that the government entities are not present here. So that takes us to another question. So how do they get to know about our sector? We don't hold many meetings with them, and this only happens in informal meetings. And this is very dangerous, because officials don't know about our sector, so they just use regulations, and that's not enough. So in this whole process that has been materialized in more than 30 initiatives, 16 of them have shown their intention to come to the Canary Islands and set their businesses here. We're talking about small-scale projects and greater investment, and they all share the same common factor when it comes to their relation with administrations. They all believe administration is a problem, and both small businesses and greater businesses share the same problems. So, do we need to change that, or do we need to learn how to live with that? If we talk about changing, I think our reports are very important, and our roadmaps are very important, but now we should focus on coexisting with what we have. We need to inform investors very well what are the obstacles they may find and how they have to prepare to adapt to these regulations in force, and to adapt to the different requirements expressed in the different acts and regulations in place. This would help us to overcome barriers. In my experience, we have identified common weaknesses in certain projects that have been developed in the island that could have been solved very easily. So we need to think about this and think, why didn't we sit at the table and talk about this in advance? Why didn't we try to solve these problems in advance? Why didn't we try to minimize these additional difficulties investors are encountering? So why aren't we including new species? Because there is a system in force, or there's a system in place to do so. And this was done in less than 3 months. So there are specific requirements that need to be followed. We need to stick to what the regulations say. We need to be familiar with the roadmap. We need to become more professional to help investors in this sense. And then I'll stop, because if I could be speaking for hours with you. Thank you very much. I do support all your thoughts, but maybe we could work in both lines. We could help investors, as you're doing through BioAces Gran Canaria and other entities such as the Canarian Agency for Research, to improve the tools we have at the time, at this moment, but also to promote changes, as Javier mentioned before, moving from fishing to agriculture. How can this be done? In the Canary Islands, there are some competences in agriculture that are not shared or are not present in other regions, and here when we talk about aquaculture, here we only think about things that are happening in the sea. So, but we are talking about different options. Why, for example, why should spirulina or Nematococcus should be managed through this sphere? And we could see that in companies working in the south of Tenerife producing spirulina that were forced to move to agriculture from fishing, from the fishing department and requirements, and we didn't understand why. So we need to change this framework, and also maybe we should take a look at the different sector descriptions, because the needs for aquaculture are different from the needs of agriculture, and this needs to be adapted. There are certain limits or barriers that need to be understood, and it's not just that the government decides to move all this, that aquaculture needs to be moved to agriculture. We need a deeper change. I fully agree with you. And I agree with you on the fact that it's not moving from one DG to another. In my opinion, there are the differences between Andalusia and the Canary Islands is not that big. Here we have the FEM, which is a fund which can be used to produce algae or to produce fish, and it shares the same regulation. We need to update such regulation. That's the point. I think there are different fora in which we could meet and talk. Now we are working with different DGs in promoting blue biotechnology, and all DGs are present, including environment, tourism, economy, etc. It would be good to bring this on the table in this kind of forum. There is a specific group, for instance, that is coordinated by our agency that is working on research that has, for instance, presented the AquaWin project that combines renewable energies with aquaculture, and this has been taken as an example, because departments want to learn from these new projects because they are absolutely new to them. So maybe this is something we should take into consideration. Maybe we could create such fora. So thank you very much. I think with this very interesting idea and promising ideas, we will continue working in the future. I think now we're going to close the round table, and I will pass the floor to the rector of the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, who's going to close this event. Welcome, Luis.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to have been here a bit earlier and to be able to listen to this wonderful round table and some of the other presentations as well. I'd like to thank Gabriel, to Javier Rua Filgueras from the agency, Maria Manuelo from the ITC, Juan Ramón de la SPEC, and Juan Luis Gomez Pancheteji and Tera Martel for having invited me to be with you here today to officially close this session. I think that, a future that respects The environment requires a healthy ocean and the sustainable use of marine resources, and scientific community and the numerous emerging tech-based companies in Europe and other continents help to continue to develop the basis of scientific and technological knowledge at the service of human welfare. It's really important to understand the activities and the opportunities of blue technology for the upcoming UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development 2021-2030. And here in the islands of the Macaronesia, we have to understand how important it is to protect the sea and to make the most of its richness and as a strength. To close this working session within the network REBECA and the REBECA-CCT Mac project, I'd like to underscore that in order for algae-based blue biotechnology to be consolidated as a productive sector here in Macaronesia, we need to have a really positive predisposition from the local administration and real political will to diversify the economy and to remove growth in this emerging sector. I think the initiative at the EU level, like the EU Algae Initiative that aims to increase the production of sustainable products in a sustainable manner and to guarantee secure consumption and to boost innovative use of algae. I think that perhaps, as I was listening, I think part of the issue may be this production of algae along the coast and could perhaps be moved onshore, and could therefore be considered along with other agricultural activities. We need a multidisciplinary team to work on this with academic, legal and industrial staff that have experience in the field. And we also need the commitment of the different local, regional and national administrations, because obviously we have to apply with the law, but the law also needs to take into consideration the needs of the sector. As we've seen here, there are a number of ongoing significant challenges that need to be dealt with in the short and medium term. The classification of algae growth as part of the fishing or agricultural sector, the restrictions on the use of the territory, and the needs for specific subsidies for this activity, and the importance of improving the information that we give through to the government, so in terms of how innocuous and secure algae growth actually is and cultivation actually is. Obviously, we are suffering the malpractices in other sectors that come from other sectors, from agriculture and the plastic uses in greenhouses. And there are a number of different spaces that could be used for agriculture that are not being used. So it's important that the collaboration that we have amongst the different scientific and technology infrastructures through initiatives like the BioOasis platform and the REBECA network, all of this needs to be centered in analyzing the situation, adapting and improving the supply of services and native species. Then to ensure that ideal conditions and scientific and technical backup and input that is required will enable driver projects to be set up. I'd like to thank the different professionals that have the necessary know-how and understand the challenges of the climate crisis and the food crisis that we have, and also well-versed in conservation and recuperation of sustainable conservation of biodiversity. in a marine environment. It's very fragile, but it's very resilient, and that work in the field of R&D+I and teaching, that in the face of a situation in Spain with a very low level of investment, and also the different companies, the business sector. Both parties play an essential role in constructing a business model which has a good level of productivity, with the different aquatic practice and agrarian practices and industrials that put into place the a type of working practices that complies with all the different regulations right now. So we're going to close these working sessions with a shared mission to trace a collective path that brings all the different stakeholders into play in order to benefit the task of finding solutions based on algae, and that reaffirm our region as a source of solutions for environmental, food and energy problems. So without further ado, I would like to close these very productive and fruitful sessions. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much. We have now lunch break. Yeah, it's algae based, of course. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.